And he's still doing it. It's right. You want to see him operate in the body and go around him. I tell you, soon I get it. But let me tell you, I looked up and I saw a lady from this branch that should not have been at this GA. I was like Jackie Masilio. Every time I saw that lady, she was in tears, just happy to be there. Came home there and go straight to the hospital. You all from this place know the things that woman has suffered. I'm talking about physical illnesses. But she was so happy. Ron and Opal can attest to this. Every time I saw that lady, she was in tears, being pushed in a wheelchair. And then some little Willie that was able to go didn't put any effort into going. Because my girlfriend can't go. My wife can't go. Well, it's like Solomon said, you can build and you can get and you can get more and more and more. But at the end of the day, it's all just family and vexation of spirit. Because you know what the vexation of good, you got to try to keep your wife happy, keep your kids happy. You got to keep your people from stealing and all that foolishness. That's what the scripture lesson was about. But that woman inspired me. That young man that we have, and let me just say the testimonies from this floor have been awesome. And we're going to get more. Because this was an experience like we had never had before. We had no experience like this, Big Hill. And let me tell you something. That man showed who is the victim. I'm like, that's what a mistake. Every time he's
Pretty easy, pretty simple. ultimate. Not that he has intelligence, but that he
Oh, and look, come upstairs because there's an escape and doing more than this overdose. See, well, I think we come out some divine and so, and I hope if you didn't, I'm gonna have a chance to send it out because I said, now why from the GA, let me see, that was our whole book. Here being or a single marriage. That's what was on display at events. I apologize to you all who thought I was dissing or not answering the call on the 300 emails or the 200 and some text were just allowed. This grace of it was not intentional. I thank you all for the birthday wishes, the birthday cards. I'm sending you. You haven't had to celebrate a birthday. Sitting in the GA. I thank you for cleaning all that. But nothing stopped what y'all were telling me. So all of us should have felt like it was our very own birthday. You know, it was emotional to me because of this. There were so many things going on with me because it was also the anniversary of our last visit with our international dean here in Bend, Dr. Robert Harris. And that is will be forever in my heart. I'll be for that reception. And I thought that it was really big. And so we walking around, the displays were beautiful. And I walked up to this one. And it was Dr. Harrison of this. I couldn't even tell you what the book said. But this is what took me out.
Come out of the bank, take a left down Vinewood Boulevard, and duck down the alley to the right. Come on, move! Keep going down the alley.
They had his hand like this. And on his hand was the ring that's on my finger. And it took me out and reminded me again that we don't shouldn't ever take this man lightly or for granted. And you don't want to say this and you don't want to say that because you're worried about what the Institute's going to say. Yes. I am still the winner. He's not the winner.
Come out of the bank, take a left down Vinewood Boulevard, and
But
duck
what
down
I
the alley to the right.
understand difference in you, your witnesses sitting up in this room that know that Dr. Harris probably told me that I had to leave my house on the 24th of July, 2018. Call me over. Don't care, Jolie to the desk. Great Gloria was there. Mike came in, asked me what he was leaving, and right before he was ready to out the door, he called your picture and said, by the way, I lost my ring. You don't know that it wasn't like, well, okay, we put the brakes on everything. Spike, were you there? Jeff, were you there? June, were you there? And I don't remember who else after that. Because we went into panic mode. I found a girl and they Gloria. And I'm only telling this story for a reason. Because they went through my house. Now, anybody that knows Dr. Harris, when Dr. Harris had a routine, it would be the same every day. Dr. Harris would get up every morning, anybody know my home. And they had to put them in after their room so they could easier bring them into the room. He would come out that room, come down the hall, go straight to my chair, go this chair, then daddy sit there, he's going to stay in front of you till you get up. Oh yeah. Oh, we going to take over a chair. I did just this human, so and sit in the chair. He came and stood before me like this. I'm in my own chair. And so I just got going. We started for people. So every morning, he would come, sit in his chair, just come down the hall, sit in his chair, chill in the house every morning, and talk to LA Times to me. Because he didn't want to read that online. He wanted a physical newspaper. I had no idea where to even buy a physical newspaper. So Joe went out every morning and bought this newspaper. He would sit in the chair. Joe had a paper there. He would sit there until it was time to eat breakfast. Right by this chair is a little open, and it's a chair right there with a dining set. So he would sit right there on the end. The only time Dr. Harris moved out of that chair was to sit at the dining room table, come back to the chair, unless he had to go to the bathroom, come back down the hall, and go to the restroom. This was his routine for 6 days, y'all. So, when the news countries, when the TV places after, you guys were there that Thursday. Dr. Harris' reason for coming to them, initially what was said, was that he wanted to see our new building. All of you know that man came through the door, sit in the chair, never, he never even used the bathroom in the building. So the only part of the building that got there and saw was the chair he was sitting in and the chart. Is that correct? So, you know what I mean when I say his routine, he was such a blind guy. So, when he said, I go, what doctor? I said, oh no, doc, that's not okay. So I didn't tell him. So everybody knows the way. These people literally tore my house apart. I had a chair in my bedroom. They took my recliner and turned it upside down. Gerald Anderson opened my drawers, went through them. They took the chair that was sitting, turned it upside down, drove into its position. When I tell you, we searched everywhere for that ring, I never thought I'd pick the ring off. But I knew he had eight. I'm like, shoot out that ring and fall in the tool because we done looked everywhere. And I was really disturbed by that. And he kept looking. And I said, stop. Whenever I find that ring, I'm going to bring that ring. He also worked on about I am good about it because that's so amazing. You make mistakes. From that day forward, people I look for that ring. And I was diligent for that public in my building store. And we were all understood, all the furniture still got. And you, if I had experienced this, I would not be this. So I understand those of you who think this is something that's still alive. But now we're telling you, I think from July 24th until November, I think it was the 7th, whatever day my Mercury Tyrone funeral was. That same year, all of those months had gone by, and you look here, find doctors, don't even call me at home, say, he was asking the big thing. He said, but that is something funny. He said, God had him take him to get another ring. And that cut me in the heart. I said, Joe, you took me to get another ring. He said, yeah. I said, but that ring has to be somewhere. Well, from July 24th to November the 7th, I think it was, that ring had not shown up. I'm getting ready to go and lift these things, and I'm distraught. And the reason why I was distraught was that I had been on that opportunity. I don't know what else we did to my family. Because the majority of them have been white. Some of them born and raised in white. And I said, you go over this type of the sin like we were having to go back to back. But I felt like all the nothing to say that I had said to them to try to encourage them to come back and hear this man upset. He's been in the world and say, and then so that's the statement I was here. So I started to this thing. And I go to a war that I am going to everything and everything he knows is because I learned this before. And you go out like that, they're still in the same book. So I go in to this amazing, and I hear this like noise at the I such a make no noise. You know, the landlord's got no shit mistaken no noise. So I started getting food, and y'all, this is the honesty. The room was sitting right there at the bottom of that. It's a nightstand. So they like no big dresser. and the ring was standing right there, and I lost it. I could just not be happy. I go in this door at every class. And to this day, I don't have an explanation for that, but I can tell you it happened. And I took that ring out of that drawer. I pinned it inside of my suit because I was going to the service. And I said, this will not get out of my sight again. Y'all probably, this is probably TMI, but I pinned that ring on my pajamas and everything else. Because I wanted to make sure that when I saw Dr. Marion Harris, that I could give it to her, because by now Dr. Harrison passed away. So the time came where, after this, I went to LA, and I went to give her that ring, and May Gloria was there, me and Mom Harris. And this broke me down. She said, Pat, she said, God wanted you to have that ring. She said, because he didn't take his ring off. She said, I was surprised when he talked about it, he had it off. She said, Bob, you never took that ring off. She said, he wanted you to have that because you represent his spiritual bride and I represent his physical bride. And I held on to that because I didn't want to say it in front of the Institute because how we are. I don't have that no more with me. I don't have that no more. Because look, this man is still, I'm no different than you. I'm no different from you. This man is still saving today. This man is still causing miracles. There are people sitting in this room with their faith standing up that shouldn't be here today. Why are you here? Why are you here? When you look back over your life, why the God you should have been there? Why aren't you? Why are you that Miss Jackie? That got me so bad because what it reminded me of my sister Cindy as a witness to this. We were getting ready to go to the Albuquerque convention. We had chartered a bus from there. And you know, he gave me a really nice know what you think. So I know you think that this story is about me. But I hope that the me you think about is this of all of the stories that's here. And darn it, we shouldn't be ashamed to tell them. When you know and understand that he is operating in these bodies. That man was talking about being the Undertaker. The Undertaker was in a body. And Dr. Henry would talk about him. Elvis Nixon was in a body. Mickey, you ready to go? Yes, sir. Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. They had no idea. Jonesy, you gonna be the bishop of the South. I'm gonna that man operating in bodies righteously and unrighteously. Take the brakes off of here. But we put brakes on the Savior, but we got brakes on us. See, but I saw that lady. I knew what she was feeling. We were getting ready to go to the 83 convention in Albuquerque.
Yes, you're doing good.
And I had gone to the doctor.
3 more little tasks to perform.
They had sent me
You
to
should be good to go.
to be admitted because they thought I had a brain tumor. Yeah? Well, then, what the? They done made a little bed to go around my wrist to be admitted. And I sit there and I'm like, thinking, everybody's going to be gone to the convention. I'm going to be here by myself. And I sit there, I said, oh, no, I can't do this. I said, no, I'm not going to stay. And so the doctor said, well, we can't take the responsibility for you or something. This is the truth. I first started in 17. When I would have died, I would have died there at that convention. And I did not stay there in that hospital. So much so that we didn't have a person. I'm trying to sing and count down in the choir. I wake up, guess who leaning over me? Got there. What a way to wake up. They got all the blood. Confidence. And it's bad. They did all the scans again and said there was no brain tumor. They were able to down way everywhere. That was Dr. Henry. Why do we think he can do that today? They're still the same man. He made the body. And then there's this other one. And he made it. Don't you think he knows what it takes to fix it if he knows the diet? So I went to somebody here testimony. You ain't supposed to be here. At 15, you were supposed to be there. You haven't answered that. Like Sue said, we have been all over these stuff. We followed it. We stressed ourselves all the terrible things that Yahweh telling him did back there. And we believe them in there. But yet when it comes to himself and next behind, all of a sudden, he's delivered. And we got him to serve you. But that same one that did all this here down to the ages and justification, I can't get over it. I scored myself at the GA. But everyone will talk about this thing. God, talking about it. But that's how they like this most stuff. I know they hold one thing. So I got something.
All right, they clear. Now for the bait and switch.
I'm going to tell you how this one still works. That's whole week. But I actually got there stayed to the next Monday. But we were working. We were not having no usual pattern on the back of the institute. We were really working. And it was like that whole week. That man allowed me to do everything I needed to do with very little pain. That is the truth. They can witness to this. And tell you what happened when she got home. And she walked through that door. It was like the pastor said, come on in. Oh, we get you for this. I'm not paying. I'm just telling you, if he ain't working now, why are you still here? I told you, I just got back on Friday. I was like, they were standing there waiting. He made us stay up to you for a week, but we getting you. I did all of that because he said, this is about me. I'm going to get my purpose done, and y'all won't do it. But I'm going to be the one doing it. And he's like, we never had such a gathering. And I know the naysayers have come out since we did. But you know what, people? We expected that. Because this is what we do know. You ain't got nothing to say until he says something. See, in other words, even when you go all the way back to the garden, where Yahweh Elohim says, don't touch. Can you get that real quick? See ya? What do you know?
Genesis 2:13.
Yeah.
And Yahweh Elohim commanded Adam, saying, of every tree of the garden thou mayest eat freely, but of the tree of knowledge of good and evil thou shalt not eat of it. For in the day that thou eatest thereof, thou shalt die the death.
Now, what the devil come right along? In other words, he got nothing to say. Oh, man, I tell you, one of the things that the GA called home is that one man and how purposely he operates both the black and the white. But you know the thing that makes me just that look, that the whiteness always wins. Oh, you know, after we sit here, oh my goodness, some of us came home with the same old crap we left with. Why? Why? Read!
Genesis 3 and 4.
Give me his real people. That is Yahshua the Messiah. He's shown us a little bit of what we got to look forward to. He was all there. Oh man, read.
And the serpent said unto the
I
woman,
didn't want to be there. I didn't want to have to. You talk about laundry and all. I know what you mean. And you look around like, ooh, I still want to sit down in the things that man gave. Sit down. Don't be so quick to go on to the next thing. That song had. How did you go there and come back and go say nothing about it? But you want to get your correlations out there? Oh, come on. That's something we can talk about all the way on out of here. Read.
and the serpent said unto the woman, no death will you die.
I put that word. Yahweh Elohim said, don't touch your own. You come right up and say, bring you back. That same negative spirit that Dr. Kennedy called us, that came out of these lives, have been operating 6,000 years. He ain't got nothing to say until Yahweh Elohim in righteousness have something to say. So now, we're surprised by the negativity that sent us in the enemy.
on in here because somebody gonna give me the answer. I need it right now. I need it real quick. What's the name of that song they be saying? Happy days, who sang that? So I can put that on. I got this on. I want to put this on a little video. Everything that has place, say that. What's that? What is that? That's not Kanye West. That's not Kanye West saying that new God is a good. Yeah. That's Kanye West God is good. That's not true. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. It's Kanye. Oh my God, please tell me that. Girl, I've been trying to figure it out. That's Kanye. Yeah, worship Christ, that's the best. No.
They ain't got that to say until Dr. Kimmy or Yahweh Elohim stand down here in righteousness, and then they get to getting busy. See, that ain't nothing new. He already done told us. See, because look, when you examine why the things are the way they are, okay, he planned it. We're not disannulling that. But one of my pet peeves is this. This is what how people talk. Oh well, Dr. Kimmy's doing it all. Well, I'll be darned. It's a great thing. What the hell that mean? He's doing it all. And so when I go to sleep, he's doing it all. Okay, I'll give you he's doing it all. But you cannot disannul the man's purpose. You cannot disannul this whole operation that he has set up. Because yes, there is nobody else to do it all except for him. But this is the part we so graciously leave off. It is he's doing it all. But it's still either righteousness or unrighteousness. You're not going to get out of here saying, well, he's doing it all. He made me do this, that, and you better be able to recognize that it's either black or it's either white and recognize that he is operating both. So you're not getting out of here talking about, well, oh, Dr. Penny running it all. Oh, okay. You know what, that's just like when Dr. Brooks said, oh, Yahweh is all in all. Dr. Penny said, Dr. Brooks, that's right. He said, you can't say that. He said, you got to draw this thing out. This man spent 6,000 years drawing out an operation that he masterminded from start to finish back here in this ultimate state of existence. He already knows what the end is. He knows what the beginning is, and that the end is declared right from the beginning. We don't. You don't even know what's going to happen. We get up in the morning and we first say, what do you think you want? And he said, the red nose, the next to her. You don't know what's going to work tomorrow. Then to get up,
Okay, so
see,
we're
you
going
put
to
your
the
left
charges.
foot up.
Head out to the
That don't
movie
work.
bridge
You
and
put
open
your right
up
foot up.
BOE.
Take it all down. That every day on the man. But he knows. These young people laugh. But ain't that real? You got to back out. I ain't saying not to live. praise, but I didn't think it was possible.
So,
You
you
look
know,
around and
what's
you
known
can't
in the
come at you and
business as
say yourself,
hijacking because
well,
you're,
it is
you
an
know,
uplifting.
hijacking the Merriweather
When you
Convoy.
look,
The bridge is a nice, tidy place to
there's
get it
not
done.
that big, I
Not
know,
many places
well,
they can
ain't
go.
too far.
Plenty of options
But
for
there's
you.
a lot
You can
of
station
people in
people or bandage
well,
points,
there's a
park
lot
the
of
road,
guys
and
like
wait for
you.
them to roll into the
Jump
trap.
up.
You can try to take out all the drivers at once. You can
That's
concentrate really hard and try to make the truck levitate
like a
with your
working
minds.
You
This is
want to
San
think
Andreas,
about
after all. Do whatever you think will work, but
it.
get the truck and don't
You
let
don't
anyone
know,
follow it.
but
Get right
he
into
knows.
cage and rape
And
seizure so
let
you
him
can get out the
release.
thermal charges. Oh
Let him
yeah, and that
release the
reminds me.
sound of
Try not to blow
God.
them up and try not to damage that truck at all,
I got
okay?
people here
I'll
to
be in
tell
touch
you
when there's a target about a click out from the bridge.
that's what we are to be now. But I don't know what you got coming out for. I'm trying to get in this. But you got it. Yes. 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 That's all the time. No, it's the sick man that we call Dr. H. Where is God in everything? His peace. God of his peace. And do you know the more we of living God, then he allows you to do the same thing. It's the difference in it. The biggest thing that causes the children in this country is one doctor. One doctor. One medical doctor. That he said for his spirit and sent him over the school. I'm telling you, when you get down to what they learn about this, I'm taking it so in over conversations. That Dr. Harris is going to carry thousands of this school alone. And you know what it is? What's that man told us? You know what he told us, really? When it's all about I dare anybody that say anything different. I want you to go back to the black book because I tell you, this man, you're one man. It's been told in our face that we all been brainwashed by Dr. Hill. That Dr. Hill destroyed this school by the doctor that he taught. One of the things that God would told he said,
They're on the way. Pull out some fly paper, start thinking some nasty thoughts, and do whatever you're gonna do.
sit down with him. I'm telling you, go back and you can examine everything that Yahweh told allowed it was always to show the creator. It was always to show Dr. Kennedy. Do you know that one of the things that he said that separated the school board anything was that Dr. Kennedy was Yahweh Elohim as our Savior in the Bible? Sue just talked about how we would say that Dr. Kennedy was God. That wasn't new to me. Y'all been in here since Christ left Chicago. Didn't we say the man was God? But you know what we wasn't saying then now? That he was the Savior. And it wasn't a class. Well, First John 5 and 7 wasn't hard to call. That was the pinnacle of how we were going to preach. Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Yahweh our Elohim. That Yahweh our unity. And that man allowed us to preach that was bigger. And yet, when it came down to recognize it, even though we said he was God, he did not allow us to recognize that he was the Savior. What did it take the blinders off the Creator's cross? And we persecuted it. And yet when it came to the Holy Spirit, it That's the thing. So, by him using that to help the state, and what the Savior, the purpose, and the execution. I didn't make the faith and the person, yeah, God, but don't be faith. But I get it, because you would be something exceptional. For years, I was like, I should
More
say
guys incoming.
that,
Call backup.
I've been waiting for that.
You got the truck? Okay, I'll bring it to Paige.
But,
Fucking eerie weather. They must have access to satellite imagery. They know where you are and they're coming.
so, that Jesus was actually that's right, baby. That's right. That was amazing. Wow. What I did was really Sunday. Well, we thought in Sunday school, what was out there? And you know what I appreciate that, honey? That's the thing that you know what I was talking about. About a lot of what he was saying in the Bible. But this is the thing they said. No, that of course that character. Oh, that was like the thing in the Bible. Okay then, all right. I will now obey. See, but he take away all of the death. Anybody that's standing in it. And it's hard to execute it that day. To understand that there was a man that was in that mindset that's all that's all over you. You cannot expect for those things that will be still to him. Like Yahweh concerning this physical body. He talks about going to sleep for 23 years, saw dead body, and yet he never saw a spirit. See? So he didn't take credit for what had been revealed in him. That's again going back to the singularity. You don't hear Dr. Guilty taking no credit. We ain't gonna let him. And he ain't gonna let him. See? This is the best time. That ever said don't leave you, that's the best part. You know what the best part is now? That all the glory, all the honor, finally is going. And I'm like, how great a man that showed up here among us. Read. I can't get over that. I said, I'm still there, still there, still there, still there. I'm still, you can get the credit you deserve this. But I'm grateful to just be able to give you as much as you've given me to give back. And when I talk about Dr. Hurricane Young, I really don't mean Dr. the prayer. See, now you still getting called a yesterday, the hope, most of you, join me, walking with this. Those of you who have seen this thing, see, and I said, I said, don't you hear God in the air. But that's just the Jesus. See, the Jesus, Jesus, now we want to speak a bit. Let's talk about our holiness, the different motions. Okay. Down and back. I'm going to say this. I'm going to let it know. The most greatest thing Dr. Kim ever gave up was standing up there and finding a doctor and putting the spirit in him so that he could show us how to doubt how we obey him. But at the end of the day, he gets all the glory. That's Carlos. That's Carlos right there. see. I'm not afraid to hit her. Well, I know that was to use Dr. Kimmy's own words. See, so they go through my food all the time. And Dr. Kimmy, I'm like, I got it from the start. Boy, it was telling me from the start. You know, y'all told me about this. But the most precious thing that he ever gave us reason to. 1961 edition found the archaic original pattern of the universe and knowledge. The 1961 edition. Read. Dr. Robert H. Vidya. And who was teaching? So that's what it is, star dog. Where's my lady of I had six of these dogs.
More guys incoming. They call backup.
Yeah.
You got the truck? Okay, bring it to Page.
Read. 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 Stop the work.
Merriweather. They must have access to satellite imagery. They know where you are and they're coming.
Open it up. What for you? In the school. I mean, again. But it's that you understand. When you get sad, you know that you understand. So that's it. I'm the king of the physical, the physical body. With both. Dr. Harris came in the class. And we will go back to what Dr. Harris said. He said in his first class that he's talking about now, but his mama, his auntie, his patient, and his family that was accidentally down behind him. And that didn't say, I ain't know what I was telling you. But I said that when you come to me, that's why he doesn't say more about it. But he was just a kid. So, the thing is all that. Talking about the physical body. Why is it not being used? See. So don't come to me and that's all.
Mm. Mm. Mm.
We had to do something. And it was hard. But he would test me great. But not that I was sick. But not the kid was kept losing. As a witness to the whole family. He's the one that kept me. You never does it. You hear us kept me. You hear us kept me. Get out your hands. We didn't get hurt. We didn't. This is still grace and mercy. You understand a sense of freedom right now. I got freedom from yourself, freedom from the world.
Looking good. I'll ditch the truck if
Listen,
you
I
hold
ain't
on to
gonna
those.
pay my bill tomorrow. I'm free from that too. If it don't get paid, somebody got rights in here. And I will come to your house next house. That's kind of confidence that we ought to be past all these little things that been tripping us up. And listen, nothing disappointed me more than to get back and hear the same old crap that was going on for me there. Did you just go to the GM? How is it? We get to the first class back. And then we go, y'all didn't do it. Let me tell you. I have a billion. I don't want to have to deal with no bunch of crazy. What more did you do, people? We experienced. I'm trying to do things. Maybe you need to go back. But what we experienced at that event was unlike any experience that I have ever had in almost 16 years of sitting in this school. Dr. Kennedy declared him off his own self at that event. And do you know, people don't upset, I love it. They were upset with the program. They were upset because we didn't have no whole bunch of people, no whole bunch of questions. And, oh, I just got to give you credit for this. And if we just wasn't our home, it's Yahweh only running everything. But some of us so smart. When it comes to somebody else's name, your dog. But if you do something, you call yours and you can just say, I did that. Period. But this is a wedge to be tight.
See ya.
Of Yahweh Elohim. That even before we got there, he had told us he was going to have to be there. He gave all the demons an opportunity to send in any question they had so that he would deal with it. And we got how many questions he received? Not a one. And yet some of them thought they were going to sashay up in there and have a question or have something to say. Then you missed the whole point. This is going to be about one man. This wasn't going to be about men. This wasn't going to be about demons. This was to give this one man the credit that we have not given him in 95 years. Now we.
Dr. Robert Harris, MD, a graduate of Meharry Medical College,
Yes.
with internship at Harlem,
Yes.
New York. Dr. Harris has added a tremendous punch to the barrage of knockout blows.
I bet you look at that word barrage.
Barrage.
It's the man who matters. But you say Dr. Kenny is that. When has he been wrong? Do you believe him? When he said, and Sean, you might be able to sign real quick. Or one of y'all, I just say, it's a habit. Please don't be offended when I say sound and tears. It's a habit. Let me say it. I am the one that Moses came up in the mountain. But see, I want to hear that I did I think to the third chapter. I'm that one. Did he say that? Do you believe that? You really believe that this little man that stood before us that was 5'7", 137 pounds, you really believe him when he said, I'm the one that Moses came up in the mountain to see. You really believe that? Okay? You really believe that that man went into a man clothed himself out of 2 words that nobody can understand. You don't even know what he said. He was selfish. And he walked in the death next to him. And said,
They're not really known for their love of sports bikes, I know, but the Lost Motorcycle Club has the ones you're after at their East LS clubhouse.
You're high!
And he come here again.
Now, you almost there? You're after the sports bikes, not the jumpers. The jumpers will be fast enough to get you away from the cops. And if they weren't, they wouldn't be able to turn a corner. These bikes use a kinetic energy recovery system. They store the energy you use braking to accelerate later on to burn the cops and save the environment while you're at it. Okay, as always, don't let them know you're breaking in until you want them to know you're breaking in.
What is that?
1972.
No, that's good. Yeah.
Hurrah! And overwhelming, concentrate, pour, the fire of
But they were talking. We could have been there.
Sounds like the Lost are mobilizing their troops. A real bike is no good to those people. Stay out in front of them.
Yeah.
overwhelming, concentrated, pour.
Oh, that's the hell. That's it. Little overwhelming. Please. Well, that's what he said. I didn't say something. That he's on. Please, still, to this day, in this moment, they, you still do it. They're not going to ask what they have already. The man said it's 61. That's what we come on that just for 2 more on the phone. Only we can control you some of us is good fun. You're the right there with that phone. In other words, the people who always think that how can it fix it out? They need to bring somebody in this room and just publicate them the knowledge and the understanding like none of that before. greatest creation. Read it.
Overwhelming,
Yeah.
concentrated outpour.
That's who we have had the privilege and the honor of sitting under, which is Dr. Kidney's work. He himself is Dr. Kidney's work. And Habakkuk White, I never been sovereign. I will work in your day. What's the work that I did? I took an egotistical doctor, because that's how I made all of them. And made him give it all up. And he might serve me. That's a work. I worked with doctors for 26 years. They don't even give us a parking place. Let alone the money and all the prestige that go. I ain't having doctors. It's just egotistical. That's how he made them. We need them. But to take them with credentials such as what we have been considered, that ain't nothing short of what we're doing. Read.
Dr. Harris has a tremendous
Yes.
to the overwhelming, concentrated, that Dr. Kid reveals to the devil by his correlation of the physical anatomy and physiology to the things of the
That's
spirit.
crazy. I'm sorry. I want to say in a relationship today, if somebody ain't doing it the other night, I'm 23. That you only have to read it. But the show that there's one thing that the institute is taken away. About those institutes, ain't for my son. Getting rid of the third party. And yet, what's written in is that within the reproductive system itself reveals all the intelligence and wisdom and knowledge of a creative being exists. Those of us who have been people darn well, that is the most miraculous thing that ever happened. That is turned in to make something big like what? Impossible. That could be a test tube, baby. I look at the thing I'm sorry. It's an egg and a sperm coming together and to produce something to get big. They're big. From that substance shows the power of our creation. And that's what G.A. 26 was about. Isaiah 53rd chapter. Y'all, I am not safe. I close my eyes at night and I see that man that was displayed. And what I see is how this man has trampled over all their enemies. He's already conquered death, hell, and the grave. That's who Dr. Kidney is to me. And I understand finally what Isaiah was looking at when he said, who is this? Oh, read it up down. Read it. Who is it? Oh, I need you to read it like you really want to know. Who is this? Read it hard.
Who is
You
this?
gotta read it harder than that.
Who is this?
You read it. But that's who we got there. Who is it? Where is he? Is he here now? Yes, he's here. Oh! Okay, you need to hear that he all the way from heaven down to August the 2nd, 2026. That person was asked down to the age of 10 years old, you don't remember now. And answer, who is this? Who is this? General Israel couldn't answer it. Nobody could answer it. So he showed up at the end of this age. Race car.
Who is this?
Yes.
That coming from Edom.
Yes.
Is that coming from Bosra?
Yes.
This that is glorious in his apparel. Driving in the brightness of his strength.
I got that apparel. Clothes. Enough now, baby. Freedom clothes. Oh, my goodness. Freedom clothes. And then I say, who it is? We talking about me, sir.
I, the speaking righteousness, mighty to save.
Think about the man that showed up here. And that's all Dr. Kelly did. Telling us and showing us that I am mighty to say I have trampled over every enemy that I set up for myself. I trampled over the old gay mill. I trampled over the old devil. I trampled over the old Plymouth. I trampled over that hussy, the sister Ann Harris. I did trample in the greatness of my strength. Don't stop him from walking after the chin 26. Because I'm telling you, that's the man that I followed over and over in a decade. And he's still trapped in the greatness of his strength. Thank you. After King had done everything for us, he had suffered more than we will ever know. There was a price to pay. You couldn't pay it. You didn't have nothing to pay it with. He paid it. He has done it all. And whatever's coming up, we can hope for that because we got the DNA in us. And it is golden. And I want to encourage each and every one of you, don't you dare be flat. You stick in here, you do what you gotta do, and look to him in all ways and follow. And I know we have a rosy future ahead of us. And I thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
And our final speaker will be the Dean, International Superintendent, and member of the International Board of Trustees, Dr. Patricia Nelson.
I'm going to admit him this morning. He has been under a lot of pressure. I do want to take the time and opportunity to thank him for such a marvelous job of vetting. Of doing a moderation for the last several weeks. As you know, it was introduced at the DA 26, and we had met with him prior to that, myself, Dr. Baker, and Dr. Gillian, and went over the changes that we wanted to implement, and I thought about what it must have been like for him, being the only person out of over 5,000 that knew the moderation, and then it was only done one time at the GA 26, and once we came home, the emails was flying, the calls was flying, the text messages were flying, because they thought they had to get home on Tuesday and do it. It's like, no, we didn't expect that. We only have one person in the whole institution that knew the moderation had been done one time, and no way would we expect you to go home on Tuesday and do it, although on the 16th, we do expect all the branches to adapt to that. So I do want to thank him. He's only made one mistake in the last few weeks, so I think that we could certainly show him some grace for that. And I really mean it. I really mean it. He's done an excellent job. You know, as Dr. Gilpin and I was talking, Dr. Kinley always got somebody for what he wants to accomplish. And looking through the couple of branches, he was the one person that we felt was going to even when he made the mistake. I'm sure most of the people in his branch didn't notice because he didn't stop. He kept on going, which again is a testimony to the one we serve, as Dr. Lapagola was just saying, that I'm still, I finally unpacked my suitcases on Friday. I am, I some of us have been here for a long, long time. And the experience that Yahweh Elohim allowed us to experience has been second to none. It's not a day go by that I'm not grateful for allowing one of the, I would have to say, greatest joys of my time here in this institution was that he allowed me a part of such a thing. He only had one goal, and that goal was to amplify and put on display the great work not that Dr. Kennedy did, but that Yahweh himself did in 1931. That was the goal. Because we all understood that we really didn't know who this man that we call Dr. Kennedy, who he really was or is. And the whole goal was to get everybody else out of the way and look at the blessing that happened to this generation on June the 6th, 1931, like no other time in the history of this world. And before I go on, I have to thank Rod and Opal and their families, because there were meetings behind the scenes that I had to attend to, some of the things that Dr. Lapagola mentioned, and they were there. And I know I told them crazy, they probably never want to be with me again in this life, but I did want to take the opportunity to thank them, because sometimes it was an all day, half the night type of operation. They never complained. I don't think the families complained because they probably didn't see them. But they understood. And not just the, I didn't get in the fantasy of being forget somebody, people, please don't take it like that. The sacrifices that were made by everybody in this room don't even come close to the sacrifice that the Creator has made on behalf of us. But as I was taught a long time ago, there's nothing wrong with saying thank you. From the security team to the, I mean, every team that we worked with, it was just the work of Yahweh Elohim biggest done in life. You know, we kind of hesitate when we talk about life, but people, his whole purpose has been made and operated and carried out through life. And I beat my own self up sometimes because I'm hesitant. Yes, we'll come down here and talk about what he did in David, what he did in Isaiah, what he did in Jeremiah. But what about what he's done in Johnny Baker? It's the same spirit. That's what Paul, that's what it's written about, that time will fail us. He wants the credit because he's done his greatest work in life. And he's still doing it in life. You want to see him operate in the body that you are walking around in. I tell you, so I get it. But let me tell you, I looked up and I saw a lady from this branch that stood right up in at this TA. I was like Jackie Masilio. Every time I saw that lady, she was in tears, just happy to be there. Came home and had to go straight to the hospital. You all in this branch know the things that woman has suffered. I got because of physical illnesses. But she was so happy. Right? And Opal can attest to this. Every time I saw that lady, she was in tears, being pushed in a wheelchair. And then some little women that was able to go didn't put any effort into going. Because my girlfriend can't go. My wife can't go. Well, it's like Solomon said, you can build and you can get and you can get more and more and more. But at the end of the day, it's all just vanity and vexation of spirit. Because you know what the vexation is good? You got to try to keep your wife happy, keep your kids happy. Got to keep your people from stealing and all of those foolishness. That's what the scripture lesson was about. But that woman inspired me. That young man that we had, and let me just say the testimonies from this story have been awesome. And we're going to get more. Because this was an experience like we had never had before. We had no experience like this, Daniel. And let me tell you something. That man showed who is the victor. I'm not like king. I'm like Yahshua the Messiah. Trying. Sat there and said, and every time it would bring me to tears. Because it brought him to tears. Saying that Dr. Kevin never got the glory that he deserved. He said, I have received more than that man. And I'm not worthy. But I'm telling you, he let me know that he was satisfied. That point of origin is me. And when it's all over, said and done, it's just all about me. How about flip that? I turned on the TV the other day, and guess what they were talking about? I took a picture. Oh, Father in heaven. Tell me the devil will bother me. I just remembered to the GA. My phone is attacked by a virus. Never had a virus on my phone. So, of course, I took it to Ron's brother because Ron can fix anything. Ron couldn't fix it. It was like, he said, this is a smart virus. It was vicious. And guess what it did? He said it hides behind apps that you use that are good. To this day, we don't know. Nobody knows. And I just said, you know, we always got to deal with some old crazy. And so I was all week without a phone. So if you tried to call me, I know some people got offended and got back to me because they felt like I wasn't answering their calls. Well, I couldn't answer. They will tell you that if you wanted to get me, you had to call Ron or you had to call Oprah. So I told Keith, I told Jeff Taylor, Jeff Baker, and anybody else that needed to get me, you wasn't going to get it because of what happened with my phone. So Elisha was kind enough to go and get another phone, which I use. But I turned on the TV, and so I took a picture of what was on the TV, and it was talking about the point of singularity, and how that's where AI is taking us. I don't care what they say about AI, but we don't deal in artificial intelligence here. We're talking about the real intelligence. And now they done created this and telling them that they can't control. See, but down here, oh, we're talking about the ultimate. Not that he has intelligence, but that he is intelligent itself. That God is nobody, no matter how great they become. And look, some of them scared now because it's an escape and doing more than it's been told to do. See, but I'm talking about people, we're talking about some divine intelligence. And I hope if you didn't, I'm going to have Jeff send it out because I said, a right of coming from the GA 26. That was our whole focus. Him being the point of origin of singularity. That's what was on display at that event. So I apologize to you all who thought I was dissing you. or not answering your calls or the 300 emails and the 200 and some texts. So just give me a little grace because it was not intentional. I thank you all for the birthday wishes, the birthday cards. But I'm going to tell you, I've been asked so many times how to do it for your birthday. If you ever had to celebrate a birthday, sitting in the GA, I thank you for the perfume and all that, but nothing topped what Yahweh Elohim. So all of us should have felt like it was our very own birthday. You know, it was emotional for me because of this. There were so many things going on with me because it was also the anniversary of our last visit with our international dean here in Vandy, Dr. Robert Harris. And that it will be forever in my heart. I went to that reception and I thought that I had been doing good. And so we walking around, the displays were beautiful. And I walked up to this one. And it was Dr. Harris in a booth. I couldn't even tell you what the booth said. But this is what took me out, Willie. They had his hand like this. And on his hand was the ring that's on my feet. And it took me out and reminded me again that we shouldn't ever let this man lightly or for granted. And you don't want to say this and you don't want to say that because you're worried about what the Institute's going to say. Look, I didn't steal the ring. He left the ring. It wasn't like I was any different than you. There are witnesses sitting up in this room that know that Dr. Harris, right before he got ready to leave my house on the 24th of July, 2018, called me over. To the chair, Jonah said again, Ray Gloria was there. Like him came in, checked him, because he was leaving, and right before he gets ready to go out the door, he called me over to the chair and said, by the way, I lost my witness. You don't know that it wasn't like, well, okay, we took a place on everything. Right? Weren't you there? Jeff, weren't you there? June, weren't you there? And I don't remember who else after that. Because we went into panic mode. I found a girl and they Gloria. And I'm only telling this story for a reason. Because they went in line, went through my house. Now, anybody that knows Dr. Harris, when Dr. Harris had a routine, it would be the same every day. Dr. Harris would get up every morning. If anybody know my home, and I had put them in the master bedroom to make it easier for him and Dr. Harris. He would come out that room, come down the hall, go straight to my chair, which becomes his chair. If anybody sit there, he's going to stand in front of you till you get up. Oh, yeah. Oh, he's going to take over a chair. I did it just to human, so I ran and sit in the chair. He came and stood before me like this. I'm in my own chair. And so I bust out laughing. He started laughing because he was no more. So every morning he would come, sit in this chair, just come down the hall, sit in the chair. June went out every morning and bought the LA Times for him. Because he didn't want to read that online. He wanted a physical newspaper. I had no idea where to even buy a physical newspaper. So June went out every morning and bought this newspaper. He would sit in the chair. June had a paper there. He would sit there until it was time to eat breakfast. Right by this chair is a little open, and there's a chair right there with a dining set. So he would sit right there and eat. The only time that chair moved out of that chair was to sit at the dining table, come back to the chair, unless He had to go to the bathroom, come back down the hall, and go to the restroom. This was his routine for 6 days, y'all. So when the ring couldn't be, it was easy to trace his steps. You guys were there that Thursday. Dr. Harris' reason for coming to bed, initially what was said, was that he wanted to see our new building. All of you know that man came through the door, sitting in a chair, he never even used the bathroom in the building. So the only part of the building that Dr. Harris saw was the chair he was sitting in and the chart. Is it correct? So, you know what I mean when I say his routine, you can set your clock back. So, when he says, I go, what, doc? He said, I said, oh, no, doc, that's not okay. So I get to tell him, everybody knows the way. These people literally tore my house apart. I have a chair in my bedroom. They took my recliner, turned it upside down. Gerald Anderson opened my drawers, went through them. They took the chair that I was sitting in, turned it upside down. Gerald went through his briefcase. When I tell you, he searched everywhere for that ring, I never saw Doc take the ring off. But I knew he had eight. I'm like, shoot off that ring and call it. I mean, the tool, because we done looked everywhere. And I was really disturbed by that to the point that even when we kept looking. And I said, Doc, whenever I find that ring, I'm going to bring that ring. See, he's also worried about it, Doc. I am worried about it because that's your wedding ring. Needless to say, from that day forward, people, I looked for that ring. And I looked diligently for that ring. At that time, I had carpet on my bedroom floor. And we went all under the bed, all the furniture pulled out. And if I hadn't experienced this, I would not believe it. So I understand those of you who think this is some fantastic tale of ideology. But Yahweh told us, no, I teach the truth. From July 24th until November, I think it was the 7th, whatever day my nephew's funeral was, that same year, all of those months had gone by and we never did find Dr. Reed. Earl even called me when he got home and said, he went back through the briefcase. He said, but Doc did something funny. He said, Doc had take him to get another ring. And that cut me in the heart. I said, so it's got another ring. He said, yeah. I said, and ring has to be somewhere. Well, from July 24th to October, that ring has not showed up. I'm getting ready to go to my nephew's funeral, and I'm distraught. And the reason why I was distraught was that I had been up all night. I don't know what else to say to my family. Because the majority of them have been in class. Some of them born and raised in class. And I said, I don't know what to say because it seemed like we were having them so back to back. And I felt like all that I had to say, that I had said to them to try to encourage them to come back and give this man a chance. He's given the world a chance. And so that's the state of mind I was in. So I started getting ready for the service. And I go to a drawer that I have gone to every Wednesday, every Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. Because I keep my eye under this drawer. And you go to my house right now, they're still in the same drawer. So I go in and it's a nylon, and I hear this like noise at the bottom, like, what is that? And I keep getting in there. ain't making no noise. You know, no pantyhose got no business making no noise. So I started getting into it and saw this honesty. The ring was sitting right there at the bottom of that. It's a nice thing. So they like no big dresser. And the ring was laying right there at my loft. I think it's just happening. I go in this store every class. And to this day, I don't have an explanation for that, but I can tell you it happened. And I took that ring out of that drawer. I pinned it inside of my suit because I was going to the service. And I said, this will not get out of my sight again. Y'all probably, this is probably tearing my back. Pinned that ring on my pajamas and everything else. But I wanted to make sure that when I saw Dr. Marion Harris, that I could get it done, but by now Dr. Harrison passed away. So the time came was after this. I went to LA. And I went to give her that ring. And May Gloria was there to be in my here. And this broke me down. She said, Pat, she said, I wanted you to have that ring. She said, because he didn't get you anymore. She said, I was surprised when he talked to me after he had lost it. She said, I never took that ring off. She said, he wanted you to have that because you represent his spiritual bride and I represent his physical bride. And I held on to that because I didn't want to say it in front of the Institute because how we are. I don't have that no more with me. I don't have that no more. Because look, this man is still, I'm no different than you. I'm no different than you. This man is still saving today. This man is still causing miracles. There are people sitting in this room where they ain't bad enough that shouldn't be here today. Why are you here? Why are you here? When you look back over your life, why am I on time you should have been there? Why aren't you? Why are you that it's Jackie? That got me so bad because what it reminded me of my sister sitting as a witness to this. We were getting ready to go to the Albuquerque convention. We had chartered a bus from there. And you know, he gave me an ability. I know what you think. I know you think that this story is about me. But I hope that the me you think about is this. Of all of the stories you hear. And darn it, we shouldn't be ashamed to tell them. When you know and understand that he is operating in these bodies. That man would talk about being an undertaker. The undertaker was in a body. And that Henry would talk about him. Edward Nixon was in a body. Nixon, you know what to do? Yes, sir. Yes, Papa. Yes, Papa. They had no idea. Jonesy, you gonna be the bishop of the South. I'm gonna that man. I'm raising life righteously and unrighteously. Take the brakes off of him. But we put brakes on the Savior, but we got brakes on us. See, but I saw that lady. I knew what she was feeling. We were getting ready to go to the 83 convention in Albuquerque. And I had gone to the doctor. They had sent me to Loma Linda to be admitted because they thought I had a break for me. That's right. So then went with. They done made me little bed to go around my wrist to be admitted. And I sit there and I'm like, I'm thinking, Everybody's going to be going to the convention. I'm going to be here by myself. And I sit there, I don't know. I can't do this. I said, no, I'm not going to stay. And so the doctor said, well, we can't take responsibility for you with something. And this is the truth. I first started, I said it to me, well, if I gotta die, I want to die there at that convention. And I did not stay there in that hospital. So much so that we get to Albuquerque. I'm trying to sing and pass out in the choir. I wake up, guess who's leaning over me? Dr. Harris. Well, wake and wake up. Did that happen quick? I'm going to have faith and confidence in this man. I told him when I come back, I'll be back to the hospital. I came back from that convention, went to the hospital. They did all the scans again and said there was no brain tumor. People had to yell way out on him. That was Dr. Kinley. Why? Do we think he can do that today? That's still the same man. He made the body. And Dr. Harris used to tell us all the time, if he made it, don't you think he knows what it takes to fix it if he so desires? So I went to find me and Dr. Joanne's testimony. You ain't supposed to be here. At 15, you were supposed to be dead. Give a man some credit. Like Sue said, we'd have been all up and down these shirts. We marveled in it. We blessed ourselves in all the miracles and things that Yahweh Elohim did back there. And we believed them then there. But yet when it comes to himself in this body, all of a sudden, he's an enemy. And we're going to declare to you that that same one that did all the hymns down through the ages and dispensations, I can't get over it. I'm scared myself at the GA. But everyone will look at that and driving open. I snuck out of them. So sometimes they like those folks, but I'm like, I know they go over the street one morning. So I got a couple times. But I'm going to tell you how this thing is still working. Still working. That whole week, we actually got there on Wednesday. Stayed to the next Monday. And we were not having no leisure time on the back of the institute. We were really not. And it was right. That whole week, that man allowed me to do everything I needed to do with very little things. That is the truth. They can witness to this. Let me tell you what happened when she got home. And she walked into that door. It was like the police was saying, come on in. Oh, we did you for this. I'm not anything. I'm just telling you, if he ain't working now, why are we still here? That was
It's already done. Already done.
In the CA of home is it that one man and purposely he operates both the black and the white. But you know the thing that makes you just and the black is always win. And we sit here. Some of us came home with the same old thing. Why? Why? Genesis 3 and 4. Give me real people. That means which one of us here? He's shown us a little bit of what we have to look forward to. Anybody else? Oh man, man. Genesis 3 and 6. Oh, they want to be that. All right. You tell me. Nothing real much. You know what's amazing. And you look around here. Still walking. Still woman, stand in the thing that man gave. Sit down. It's so quick to go to the next thing. And sorry. And you want to say no. But you want to get your or next thing. Oh, come on. That's we can talk about all the way around here. Read to the simple sentence, woman. No devil died. Yahweh told him, said, don't touch your own now. He goes right there and said, who got do you got? And stay in the spirit. And they came called us. They came out of the sun. I mean, 6,000 years. He ain't got nothing to say until Yahweh told him in righteousness and so the same. So that really surprised us. And negativity and self-indication and jail at the beginning. For Yahweh told him, stay here and righteousness. And then they get to getting busy. See, they knew. They already told us. See, because when you examine why the things are the way they are, you want it. We ain't listening over that. We ain't get Jesus. That's what I'm talking about. I can't hear you. What have you done? Such a great statement. What the hell have he? He's doing it all. But so when you go shoot, he's doing it all. Okay, I'll give you, he's doing it all. But you cannot disannul the man's purpose. You cannot disannul this whole operation that he has set up. Because yes, there is nobody else to do it all except for him. But that is the part we so graciously leave off. It is he's doing it all. But it's still either righteousness or unrighteousness. You're not going to get out of here saying, well, he doing it all. He made me do this, that, and that. You better be able to recognize that it's either black or it's either white and recognize that he is operating both. So you don't get out of here talking about, well, Dr. Henry learned it all. Oh, okay. You know, it's just like when Dr. Gross stood up and said, Yahweh is all in all. Dr. Henry said, Dr. Gross, that's right. He said, but you can't say that. He said, you got to draw this thing out. This man spent 6,000 years trying to operation that he makes somebody from start to finish. And here it is, ultimate system. Oh, what the end is. We don't. What the beginning is, and at the end is declared right from the beginning. We don't. You don't even know what the fuck. We get up in the morning and we work it. What Ezekiel wrote. When he said the man phone connected to the. You don't know what's going to work tomorrow. You get up. See, you put your left foot out. That don't work. You put your right foot out. Then you shake it all around. That's just enough. But he knows. These young people laugh. Sometimes you look at that. And you ain't got the man ways that you think that was possible. You never want to put you in there by yourself. Well, there be some ugly, well, no much. They're not that day, and I'm like, well, thank you, Father. Because there's a thought in one. Boy, that was the time I was like you. Jump up. That's that don't work no more. You gotta think about it. See, you don't know, but he knows. And what do we need? What do we need? The sun. You don't know. I'm not people here checking. Just get the bed in the morning. That's what we ought to need. Father, you know what you got coming around the corner. This is what I'm confident in. I'm confident in this. The chief gathered start. He finished. That's what the TA was all about. How is that this man that we call Dr. Henry, who is Yahweh Elohim, how could he stack up this school? And do you know, the more reading and looking back that he allows me to do, and I know Joe too, to give me a big thing. And out of everything that he said, the biggest thing that causes the division in this school is one doctor. One doctor. One little doctor. That he came on his spirit and suffered him over this school. Tell you, when you get down to what they meant, it was told to me in overtime face. They got their hands on the very fiber of this school and what. I mean, you know that to examine what he told us. You know what he told us? Did anybody that say anything different? I want you to go back to the black book because I tell you, this man, he was one man. It's been told, I think, that we all been brainwashed by Dr. Harris. That Dr. Harris destroyed this school by the doctrine that he taught. One of the things that Yahweh Elohim revealed in this man, I got him right there. Oh, I was going to say, It's like that. This been, he's been making me sit down in this. I don't care. You can go back and you can examine everything that Yahweh Elohim or Dr. King allowed this metaphysician, this Dr. Harris, to talk to us about. It was always to show the Creator. It was always to show Dr. Kennedy. Do you know that one of the things that he said that separated the school board anything was that Dr. Kennedy was Yahweh Elohim as our Savior? Anybody? So just talk about, we would say that Dr. Kennedy was God. That wasn't new to me. Y'all really hear some questions about didn't we say the man was God? But you know what we wasn't saying, David? That he was the Savior. And it wasn't a class. Well, 1 John 5 and 7 wasn't hard to call. That was the pinnacle. But we were going to preach Deuteronomy 6 and 4. Yahweh our Elohim is Yahweh of unity. And that man allowed us to preach that with vigor. And yet, when it came down to recognize it, even though we said he was God, he did not allow us to recognize that he was the Savior. Well, that takes some blindness on the creative part. But we preach in unity. And yet, when it came to the Holy Spirit in that body, we did not have him as the Savior. So, by him using Dr. Harris to say and point out to us that that was the Savior, that was part of the split in the Institute. I've been face to face with these people. They have told me, yeah, I believe he's God, but I don't believe he's the Savior. Well, I'll be jumped up in that. But I get it, because you would think something as simple as these three equal one. People, that was part of our doctrine for years. I laughed because, like she said, at that GA, I got a ball with some kids. So I think one of the questions that I asked was, who was Joseph? And baby, but nobody had no answer. I said, well, so you just kind of say who he was. But we had already had that experience in Bannon with Debbie Bishop's grandson, because somebody asked him who Jesus was, and he said that was Dr. King's cousin. And he was about 2. And he said Jesus was Dr. King's cousin. That's right, baby. That's right. See. But it was amazing how none of what our kids were raised under, what we taught in Sunday school, what was taught to us. And you know what? I appreciated their honesty. They looked at each other. They didn't have a clue of what I was talking about. Not a clue about a lot of what we were raised upon. But this is the thing they did. No, say, well, who is Dr. Harris here? Oh, that was Dr. King in the Bible. Okay then. All right. I don't know, I was a baby. See, but when you take away all of the flesh, ain't nobody left standing but him. And it's hard for the Institute today to understand that that was the same Yahweh Elohim that was in that body. That Harris told us over and over again. He could not take credit for those things that were revealed to him by Yahweh concerning the physical body. He talked about going to school for 23 years, saw a dead body, and yet he never saw a spirit. See, so he didn't take credit for what had been revealed in him. That's again going back to the singularity. You don't hear Dr. Delphi taking no credit. We ain't gonna let him, and he ain't gonna let him. See, this is the best thing That damn shit don't leave you. That's the best part. You know what the best part is now? That all the glory, all the family is going. I'm great. A man that showed up here among us. Read. I can't get over that. That's why I say I'm still there, still there, still there, still there. That's good. You didn't get the credit you deserve, then. But I'm grateful to just be able to give you as much as you've given me to give back. And when I talk about Dr. Harris Day, I'm giving that to his credit. Dr. Timothy, the credit. See, now you still been caught up. That's your business. But hopefully, most of you, the majority of you, well, I'll put it this way. Those of you who have received the exchange, see, when I say Dr. Harris, I'm actually your mind. You hear Yahweh, I was here. Or Dr. Timothy, if you will. See, but you see that same man. What a blessing. Now, we had a speaker get up here and talk about how important the different most are. Okay.
.com. Dot America. So with that, we should know who the victor will be tomorrow. And the work starts anew. And so for one last time for this primary.
Girl, I don't care.
Do you want that? I'm going to say something I shouldn't say. Dial it back. I'm going to say this. I'm going to add my own most. The most greatest thing Dr. Jimmy ever gave us was showing up in a body of a child. And putting the spirit in him so that he can show us on the job how we are made in this man's image and he gets all the glory. That's my most. See, that's my most right there. See, I'm going to turn to his purpose. Or I'm going to use Dr. Kimmy's own words. See, because they go through my head all the time when Dr. Kimmy come out. I got it from the start, or it was shown to me from the start. You don't have to give me, you know, y'all told about now. But the most greatest thing that he ever gave us, read to you.
1961 edition, God the Archetype Original Pattern of the Universe, Acknowledgement.
This 1961 edition. Read.
Dr. Robert Harris, M.D., a graduate of Minority Medical.
Been in school so years at this point. Because he came in 57. This book was completed in 61. See, I love little Willie. Okay, sidebar. I have to tell you how this. At the GA, people I didn't even know. And they had questions for me. And it was a pleasure meeting them. But this is, out of everything that he may allow me to say, this is what they remember. Who is Bill Willis? Who is Pudding? Who is Yay Yay? And who is Tutu? So this is where it was start, y'all. Everybody wanted to know who Little Willie is. I said, Dick with his boy. Rick. Indeed. Yeah.
Internship at Harlem Hospital, New
Yeah.
York.
Read.
In Cincinnati, Ohio.
Read.
Sweet. Started to this work in 1957.
Because I was so glad that they showed us at the GA. Well, that was another always in this school. People, wow, open it up. And Jimmy just needed somebody to talk about a physical body. He had a doctor in his school.
Stay with us. I want to bring up some of that data. And as El Sayed was speaking, the race kept getting closer. The longer his speech went, the worse the numbers went for him. We're now at 48.9 for El Sayed, 47.1 for Stevens. This race still too early to call. There is definitely a path for Stevens. And this is interesting, Arlette, because in the last few days, some polls, including some that frankly aren't that reliable, had shown perhaps a double-digit victory for El Sayed. That was the way a lot of people were coming into today. What are you hearing from the supporters there? Are they surprised at how close this thing is? Was there an expectation walking into this event that this thing would already be over a few hours ago?
Well, Al-Qaeda supporters have been hoping that this race would have been called much earlier than it's actually going to be. One thing that his campaign had acknowledged and hints tonight is that Wayne County, as we know, is very slow to count votes. So they have always included that potential caveat that maybe this could drag out a bit longer, but there has really been a bigger sense of enthusiasm within Al-Sayed's campaign in recent days and weeks. They thought this might be being called a bit earlier than it will be. So we will see exactly how that shakes out. But one thing that we've seen from the data coming in for Haley Stevens is that she has been doing quite well with the mail-in vote. The absentee voting ran for quite an extended period of time here in Michigan. And so El Sayed was really hoping to drive up, especially the numbers in turnout on election day. But we'll see how this all begins to shake out. If potential could tighten, it could expand. There's a lot of votes still to be counted here in the critical battleground of Michigan.
Arlette, thank you. Our colleague Terry Enton is breaking all those numbers down at the Magic Wall. He joins us next when we come back. And a little later, we rejoin our panel. A lot to break down in what we just heard. But new numbers when we come back.
It's been more than 50 years since anyone talked about it.
And we have to keep going. We can't slow down.
It's the U.S. and it's billionaires. And then we go in something else. And I say, oh, Lord, I'll sell you something. Sorry. I don't mean it like that. But in fact, we understand this. But it's been said and alluded to that nothing was said about the body until Dr. Harris came in the class. That's not true. Dr. Kennedy was preaching about the physical body before Dr. Harris came in the class. And if you will go back to what Dr. Harris said, he said that in first class, when he's up talking about a child birth, his mom, his auntie, his patient under the hospital, that were not getting down behind him. And Dr. Jimmy said, we go in and he tell you, because Dr. Harris said when he was talking, they was shaking their head. That's right, he's not what they know about it. Because he was their physician. So, Dr. Kennedy was already talking about the physical body prior to 1957. See, even this was God was body. So don't act like he didn't know nothing about the body before Dr. Harris came in class. As a matter of fact, Dr. Robinson was there before Dr. Harris, some years before. But because this man had a purpose that he carried out. Look, this is, he said, was given to him from the beginning. But if you could just widen it, you and us here, because he ordained it from the beginning. All the years when we didn't understand how, in this case, he walked around the earth and all 10 of her years. All of us didn't stay. Even to this day, it's only 4 of us here. How is it that he kept some of us here and not others? We were all taught the same thing. We were all raised the same way. How is it that you sit here this morning and somebody in your family ain't? I got to give you credit for that. We're here because of him. See, that's the getting get you around and get it out. I almost said, what do you mean? That's what that man said. Out of all the that was in this school, some of us remember, because Dr. Kenny reviewed it all the time, especially her uncle, who was the great undertaker, who was also the choir director in Los Angeles, who used to make me mad when he said, children, we're going to say congregationally. Shaming. And it was tough. But he would just be great. But Dr. Harris said that Dr. Kenny kept you here as a witness to the whole family. He's the one that kept you. You never got it. You here because he kept you. You here because he kept you. You didn't put your hands in something we did different. We didn't. We didn't stand grace and mercy. You ought to be getting a sense of freedom right now. I got freedom from yourself, freedom from the world. You so I ain't know how to pay my bills my own, free from that too. Because if it don't get paid, somebody got nights in here. And I work on your house, baby shower. I thought that's kind of confident. That we ought to be past all these little things that's been tripping us up. And it says, nothing disappointed me more than to get back and hear the same old crap that was going on for me now. Did you just go to the GA? I'm in. We get to the first class back. And they were going to tell me you. I don't know how to feel you. I don't want to. I don't want to have to do it. Yeah, no budget. Crazy. What more could you do, people? We experienced. I'm going to keep in. Baby, you need to go back. But what we experienced at that event was unlike any experience that I have ever had in almost 60 years of sitting in this school. Dr. Kim declared him on his own self at that event. And do you know, if people that was upset, I love them. They were upset with the program. They were upset because we didn't have no whole bunch of speakers, no whole bunch of questions. That, oh, I'll give Dr. Guilty credit for this. And I'll do this one last time. It's Yahweh only one of every day. The fellow is so smart. It comes to somebody else's name with God. But if you do something, you call yours and you do just it. I did that. Did. But this is the wisdom and the talent of Yahweh. That even before we got there, he had told us he was going to have to do this. He gave all the youth an opportunity to sit in any question they had so that he would deal with it when we got there. That's how many questions he received. Not a one. And yet some of them thought they were going to sashay up in there and have a question or have something to say. Then you missed the whole point. This is going to be about one thing. This wasn't going to be about men. This wasn't going to be about deeds. This was to give this one man the credit that we have not given him in 95 years. Now we.
Dr. Robert Harris, MD, a graduate of Meharry Medical College,
Yes.
with internship at Harlem.
Yes, all New York. Only got 2 minutes.
Dr. Harris has taken a tremendous punch to the barrage of knockout blows.
I think you look at that word barrage.
Barrage.
It's a man you know. But you say Dr. Kenny is God.
Keep going down the alley.
When has he been wrong? Do you believe when he said, and Charlie, you might get inside the real quick. One of y'all, I just say, it's a habit. Please don't be offended when I say sign and tear. It's a habit. But Dr. Kinley said this. Do we believe? Dr. Kinley said, I am the one that Moses came up in the mountain. Now, see, I want to end up in Isaiah, I think, 53rd chapter. I'm that one. Did he say that? Do you believe that? You really believe that this young man that stood before the house that was 5'7", 137 pounds, you really believe him when he said, you like a Moses came up in the mountain to see. You really believe that? Okay? You really believe that that man went into a man's room, closed the door, uttered two words that nobody was heard. We don't know it himself because when he told us. And he walked in and said, yes, man, go. I said, God, believe. You believe that? Okay. Do you believe that God is stood before a congregation such as this, for people in the history, around about 1959, and said that the United States was going to be the first Roman Catholic president. No Roman Catholic has ever been president. He said, but this is what I want you to know. He's going to be nominated. He's going to be elected. And he's going to be assassinated while in office. You believe that? You better, because this is documented. See, wait nobody in there for him and father. But this, you know how Colonel Myers, they shot him and he said this around 59, and Kennedy was assassinated, I think, around 63. So it was a big deal for Roman Catholic to be not only nominated, but elected. And that means, so he believed that. We charged GT or whatever. 1972. No, that's for the I want, yes, the rise.
And overwhelming, concentrated, outpouring as a word or blade.
That's the word, that's it. Read, hold on, read it again. Really ain't going to ask you right. I see you pray. I ain't gonna bother you. You praise the horn good today, boy. I ain't gonna bother you. He's sitting there praying. I asked him to write something big here. He said he's gonna go and see. I go, but I'm gonna tell him. You gonna sit there until we leave this building. In case I need you to write on the boat. Read there.
Dr. Harrison is holding a tremendous punch to the barrage of knockout blows that this were nailed to the ground.
And it says this work. But I want you to take this work out and put Dr. Kinley in there. But they go talking. He could have said that. No. But he knew how ignorant and ball-minded he was. Brady,
Dr. Harrison is a tremendous punch to the barrage of knockout blows and overwhelming, concentrated outpouring.
So Dr. Harris has added to the overwhelming, concentrated, free,
outpouring of knockout blows that Dr. Kinley dealt to the devil.
Now that's what he said. So let me tell you something. That man that he called Dr. Harris, read the song, still to this day, In this school, ladies, he's still dealing those knockout blows, adding to what Dr. King has already. That's what the man said in 61. You ought to recognize this couldn't be talking about that time. What you know after 4 years? I remember he used to tell us that 4 years given everything you learn. Some of us it's just 24. So he was writing channels with that 4 years. In other words, if you believe all the things I said before, how is it that you have such a power to believe that he could bring somebody in your school and just put within them the knowledge and the understanding that nothing can be known about science without any people this body wants to being y'all in elemental greatest creation read.
Overwhelming,
Yeah.
concentrated outpour.
That's who we have had the pleasure and the honor of sitting under, which is Dr. Kennedy's work. He himself is Dr. Kennedy's work. That's Rebecca White saying that they thought what I will work in yoga. What's the work that I mean? I took an egotistical doctor, so that's how I made all of them. They made him give it all up. But then he might serve me to have some work. I worked with Dr. for 26 years. They don't want to give up a parking place. They don't know. See, money and all the prestige that go. They just egotistical. That's what he made them. We need to, but to take you with credentials such as what we have been sharing about, they then sort of work on creative. Reading. Yes.
Tremendous.
Yes.
Concentrated. Knows that Dr. Kinley deals to the depth by his correlation of the physical anatomy and physiology to the things of the
That's yeah, and I mean, see, in relationships, somebody ain't doing nothing like 5 page 23. That you don't even have to read it. But the soul, that the one thing that the essence is taken away, and I know it's the thing for myself, getting rid of the third body, and yet, what is making me is that the thing that the substance system is built, we feel all the earth, and wisdom, knowledge of a creative being exists. Those of us who have things, Darwin, that is the most miraculous thing that ever happened. That a sperm and a thing could make something big like rock. I ain't got some. That could be a test tube, baby. I look at the wind outside. But a egg and a sperm coming together and to produce something to get big. Just big. From that substance shows the power of our creator. And that's what the GA26 was about. Isaiah 53rd chapter. Y'all, I am not fooled. I close my eyes and I see that man that was displayed. And what I see is how this man has slapped over that enemy. He's already coming that down at the grave. That's who Dr. Kennedy is to me. And I understand finally what Isaiah was looking at. And he said, this. Why don't you read it? I'm down. Read it. Who is it? I need you to read it. I see where you want to go. Who is this? Read it hard. Read it harder than that. Read it. And that's who we got in there. Who is it? What is it? Let me hear. Get me there. I thought you should be good at you all the way from heaven down until August 2nd, 2026. That person from that down to the age they never knew the only one. And so, who is this? Who is this? Tell me, nigga. Couldn't answer. Nobody can answer. Then showed up at the end of the day. Race car. And this! That was from here. Yeah, that was from Roswell. This is glorious in the hill. So even the greatness of it straight. I got that. Hey, I'm celebrating. Freedom go! Oh, freedom! Freedom go! I gotta say, who it is? We talking about me, so. I speaking righteousness! Mighty to save! Think about the man that showed up here. And that's all Dr. Kelly did. Telling us and showing us that I am mighty to save. I have trampled over every enemy that I set up for myself. I trampled on the old here. I trampled on the old death. I trampled over the old police. I trampled over that pussy Patricia Ann Harris. I did silent in the greatness of my spirit. Don't stop him no after the chin put the stick. Because I will tell you, that's the thing. I was all over and nothing. And he's still trapped in the greatness of his spirit.
Creed, we have AT&T Dynamic Defense.
It prevents malicious threats.
How are people supposed to leave? There's no door. Somebody say door. Line them up, Bobby.
Hydrate. Gatorade, with a clinically proven electrolyte blend, is engineered to improve hydration balance. Tastes better than. Is it in here?
I promise that we're getting new numbers every other minute. We just got new numbers within the last minute or so. Actually, good numbers for Abdul El Sayed. First time that we've seen that in a while to help expand his lead. Right now, you see he is ahead by over 21 20,000 votes.
People always focus on that 1% difference, and they're getting really excited. They say they're 1% away, but 21,000 votes is a lot of students. To got a lot of votes done.
Yes, indeed. We want to go to Michigan right now. Chad Rivengood is the politics editor and columnist for the Detroit News. He joins us now to dive deeper into all of this. You know this state so well. In terms of the vote that's outstanding and the makeup of it, do you see a path for Stevens? Do you think there are enough votes out there for her to get there?
Still, there's about 27% of the votes have not been counted yet in Wayne County, particularly in Detroit and some of the first-rate suburbs.
And study the space debris as it orbits in the future, guys.
That's happening now. A manhunt
and study the space debris as it orbits in the future, guys.
That's happening now. A manhunt for a Border Patrol detainee who escaped custody yesterday. It expands to St. Tammany Parish. One detainee is back in custody. The deputies say 31-year-old Elvis Martinez is still unaccounted for after running from a traffic stop. St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office says deputies will patrol in the Goodby area today near the parish line. Call law enforcement if you see Martinez or know his whereabouts.
And right now the results are in the Detroit, Michigan Senate primary pitting a Democratic-style Senate candidate against a progressive. Michigan, Kansas, Missouri, Virginia, and Washington all are holding some high-stakes elections today. Right now, physician Abdullah Syed has a 3-point lead over incumbent Representative Haley Stevens. The winner will face former Representative Mike Rogers, who is unopposed in the Republican primary. Right now, you're a little blind from outside the U.S. Capitol as the battle for controlling Congress is up in November. In states that have taken up redistricting, Republicans could pick up as much as 14 House seats and 6 for Democrats.
An Ohio congressman facing mounting calls from members of his own party to drop his re-election bid in light of abuse allegations from his ex-wife, who's also the daughter of Ohio Senator Bernie Moreno. Some Republicans say his refusal to step aside could cost the GOP a House seat. Miller continues to deny the domestic abuse allegations and is requesting a House Ethics Committee investigation to clear his name.
These matters have already been looked into. Ms. Moreno has already gone to the police. The police are not investigating. Ask yourself, why aren't they investigating these things? My daughter looks in constant fear of this man. Not like something that's existential, but deeply in her heart, she fears his highest capable.
In North Carolina, Representative Chuck Edwards is facing a censure after sexual harassment allegations. Right here at home, qualifying for the November 3rd election starts tomorrow. Voters are set to decide on all the Louisiana House races and Republican and Democratic runoffs for U.S. Senate.
So described as a war-zone disruptive wildfire is continuing rage out of control in Washington state tonight. Today, the man was charged with intentionally setting one of the blazes. He faced a full group where he was formally charged with first-degree arson. 3 fires in Spokane County have consumed more than 8,000 acres and destroyed more than 700 structures. No injuries have been reported, but thousands have been forced to flee the flames.
The teacher that I worked with right behind my house lost everything that he had, including his pets, and to know that all could have been avoided is heartbreaking.
And in Northern California, evacuation orders have been issued after a fire rapidly grew to 1,400 acres tonight.
It's our busy time for students across Southeast Louisiana as they head back to school, and the United Way of Southeast Louisiana wants to make that a bit smoother. Supplies collected through the United Way and WVSU Back to School Drive will get be distributed tomorrow at Lyon Elementary. It's starting at 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Next up, to return to school are students in St. Tammany, St. John, and Washington parishes on Thursday.
Well, alleged threats land 3 behind bars tonight in connection to the investigation into the death of Nolan Wells. Next round, one call out to a person's rocket-fast reflexes kick into action after a crash. A student loans swept for thousands of new borrowers tonight. We are breaking down who qualifies for the forgiveness.
Learned our first lesson. Now we're focused on making sure these hallways are ready for your family.
This community always steps up for its own, and we're committed to making sure every student has what they need to succeed.
These are our neighborhoods and our schools, and we're here to set you up for success on day one.
This back-to-school season, rely on the team that knows our community. WTSU News, live, local, late-breaking.
When I use my Bosch dishwasher, I feel like a dishwashing superhero. And when Bosch joins forces with finished ultimate quantum, I feel like a superhero.
With teaming forces for Bosch.
Finish. If you want the most out of your day, you need the most out of your night. Introducing the all-new Mattress Collections from Sleep Number. They respond to your movements, personalize your comfort, and actively cool or warm you as you sleep. Experience a whole new world of comfort only at Sleep Number.
And right now, get early access to our biggest sale of the year. Take 25% off the new Comfort Max Deluxe only at Sleep Number.
For pain in multiple spots like here, here, or here. Salon Box patches stick firmly and remove comfortably once your pain is gone. Salon Box. It's good medicine.
Friends going up for me, friends going up for you, friends going up for size. Are you ready to renovate your kitchen or bath? Now's the best time with new cabinetry and countertops from French Quarter Facades. We can start your project today. French Quarter Facades specializes in new cabinetry and countertops. The best one-stop shop in New Orleans. New cabinetry, new countertops. You deserve something nice. Come to the showroom in Elmwood. Call or connect with us at FrenchQuarterFacades.com.
Every time you flush, it's like your toilet sneezes. Good thing adding Lysol disinfectant spray is 3 times more effective at stopping spread of germs.
Here in Southeast Louisiana, extreme weather is a way of life. So when storms move in, it matters who you trust.
Turn to the team's certified most accurate 13 years in a row WTSU First Warning Weather.
New tonight, 3 people are now facing charges. The police are making threats against others involved in the Nolan Wells case.
Well, scrutiny has surrounded the death of the Mississippi teen who was found dead after a 4th of July trip to Horn Island with some friends. According to federal court records, Edward Porter is accused of threatening to hurt or kill 2 witnesses in the investigation. A man from California is accused of sending a threatening direct message on Facebook to a Jackson County Chancery Court judge. Also, a woman from Ohio is accused of making bomb threats to the George County Chancery Clerk's office and the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. Wells went missing and was later found dead after a boat trip to Horn Island, Mississippi. The official autopsy has been completed and will be presented to a grand jury to decide on whether or not charges will be filed. A last second, police saves a person from what likely would have been serious injuries from a crash. Take a look at this video. This happened on a busy interstate in Columbus, Ohio. The person was standing near a broken down car when another, unable to stop, slammed into that car. The person's split-second reflexes allowed them to hop onto the interstate divider to avoid getting hit. Officials say one person was taken to the hospital, but is expected to be okay.
Close call there, and stocks are showing to record highs today, just 1 week after the Dow Jones Industrial suffered its worst day in more than a year. The Dow added 907 points to close above 54,000 for the first time. The S&P 500 also saw a record climb with 136 points added today, and the Nasdaq added 671 points.
Thousands are about to see their student loans wiped out, and you could be among the borrowers who's eligible. A federal appeals court ruled that the education department has to forgive loans of more than 170,000 students. The ruling is just the latest decision in a class action lawsuit claiming borrowers were defrauded by for-profit schools. According to the settlement, those who qualify include all individuals who had a borrower defense application pending as of June 22nd, 2022. Post-class applicants will receive full settlement relief by June 15th of next year.
And new tonight, a merger that will bring together two of Louisiana's University Health Science Centers, a merger of LSU Health Science Center in New Orleans and LSU Health Science Center Shreveport, as branch campuses of LSU took effect at the start of the month. It was approved in June by the Board of Trustees of the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission. LSU Chancellor Jim Dalton says the change is part of the university's goal to become a research hub and that they will produce world-class research and better serve their students.
This week, the city of Kenner started a new recycling collection schedule by council districts. All right, here's a look at the city's website with the new interactive map to find out when the service will be for your neighborhood. All districts 2 through 5 have a new date for recycle pickup except District 1, which stays the same. The website also has specific instructions on how to properly put out certain products.
Hopefully you got a chance to enjoy the slight reprieve from the humidity over the past 36 hours. We are waving goodbye to our faux front that brought us the taste of lower humidity. And now summer is back, and temperatures tomorrow, they're going to climb back into the low 90s with mostly dry conditions in the morning. However, as we go into the afternoon hours tomorrow, I am expecting some storms to fire up similar in fashion to what we saw today. Not everyone saw the rain, but for folks that are watching from Houma to Thibodaux, down into areas like Golden Meadow, and especially in St. James Parish, we had some boomers out there late in the afternoon and early evening. Tomorrow, the first half of the day, mostly dry. After lunchtime, with daytime heating and a little bit of Gulf breeze action, I am expecting some spotty to scattered storms to develop, similar to today, because of some slightly drier air aloft. We could have 1 or 2 storms that have quite a bit of lightning and localized heavy rain. Also, worth noting that forecast models show a little bit more love on the North Shore Wednesday afternoon. Folks that desperately would love to see a bit of rain from Hammond towards Goodby and Franklinton. Some spotty storms are possible late Wednesday afternoon. Thursday, a similar weather setup. I've got rain coverage at about 30 to 40%. It's kind of a smattering, though, of storms. Not everyone is going to see the rain, but in some localized hot spots, those daily pop-up storms that we're used to in the summertime could drop some brief, localized heavy rain. Waving goodbye to the lower humidity, higher rain chances on the way, but not a washout as we head throughout the rest of the week. Here's why we've got a pattern change. The low pressure system that brought the front closer to our area, that has now washed out. And as high pressure remains anchored to our south, that's going to allow a gradual southerly flow to build back our way. So notice the drier air overhead right now. It's going to continue to get filtered out. Right now, winds are light and variable, but a slight southerly component that will become more enforced tomorrow. And these dew point temperatures are going up. The measure of the moisture content in the air, low to mid 70s now, mid to possibly upper 70s in the dew points means that it's going to feel a bit more sticky as we go throughout the week. Rain chance on Wednesday and Thursday, pretty much the same all the way into the weekend. Although I think by Sunday and into Monday, we may see a slight bit more enhancement of the shower and storm action. Storms may become a little bit more numerous, and here's why. We've got a bit more tropical moisture that come back from the Gulf. A weak tropical wave, not expecting any development with this, but that will help to bump up the rain coverage. No formation expected in the tropics over the next 7 days. Rain chances spotty to scattered Wednesday, Thursday. High temperatures in the low 90s, feeling like 102 to 105. Forecasting a little bit drier Friday and Saturday. So if you're heading to Dirty Linen Night or to Red Dress Run, only a spotty storm or two possible. Higher rain chances by early next week.
All right, Scott, thanks. Hey, Saints legend Drew Brees getting ready to make history this week as his name will be etched
in history among the best in the NFL. Incredible. And you can celebrate his induction into the Hall of Fame Saturday with a special collectible cup. You can buy the cups with a meal at 4 Smalls Slider locations seen on your screen. Breeze, as a co-owner of the popular restaurant, a portion of all sales will benefit the Breeze Foundation.
All right, still to come in sports, the first college football preseason poll is out where the LSU Tigers come in, plus where Tulane is picked to finish in the American Conference.
All right, the Tonight Show is coming up next.
Here's Jimmy Fallon with a look at what's coming up.
Hey, Jimmy.
Hi, Gina. Hi, Stella. Coleman Domingo is my guest tonight. Plus, we have Monica Barbaro. Stanley from Jonah Garg. It's a great show. Right after you.
All right, y'all have a great night. I will see y'all tomorrow, or later today. Wait, no, tomorrow. Have a great day at work. Make sure to brush y'all teethies before you go to bed. And I will see y'all later. Good night. Well, actually, what are you doing?
What now we're at 90%. And that spread between El Sayed and Stevenson's remained the same, 2 points. But more than that, it's the raw vote, as you were hinting at. Right now, what we're talking about in terms of the raw vote is we're talking about a lead of about 28,000, a little bit more than 27,000 right in between the two of them. Why is that important? Because at its closest point in the last few hours, we got down to a spread in which Abdul Sayed was ahead by 22,000. Ergo, the lead in raw vote has, in fact, been climbing. And that, of course, is a big problem because as the more votes you get in, you want that gap to be shrinking. It is, in fact, going up a bit. That is part of the good news for Abdullah said. There's a bit more good news. You know, we have been talking so much about the great importance of Wayne County, right? Wayne County is where Detroit is. What we see is the estimated vote there is also climbing.
Shoot, 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 glue, 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 glue. Shoot, glue, shoot, glue, shoot, glue, shoot, glue. Shoot, shoot, glue, glue, poo, poo, shoot, shoot. Shoot, glue, shoot.
You ready, Ron? Let's go.
Now up to 81% of the estimated vote. And when we were first starting off, and I was first year, waiting to go on, we were in the 50s, maybe the low 60s. Now we're talking about 81% of the estimated vote. More than that, the spread between Haley Stevens and Abdullah Sayed has been closing in Wayne County. Now we're only talking about a 4-point spread. We're only talking about 10,000 votes. Now, obviously, if there's more of Detroit to be counted, which we believe that there in fact is more of Detroit vote, she'll do better there. But when you're talking about countywide, a spread of only about 10,000 votes, and then we're talking about statewide, a spread of 25,000 votes, well, if there's only 20% of the votes still in Wayne County, still to be counted in Wayne County, that is a big problem because that would suggest she'd have to Haley Stevens would have to vastly outperform what she is doing so far in Wayne County. More than that, I want to take you to my favorite graphic. We spoke about it last night. I was able to hit the button despite the fact that I sometimes have a shaky hand. Let's see if I can do it again. Let's see. Yes, I did it again. Okay, this is the vote over time. You know, before we were talking about the Jaws theme and how it's getting closer and closer and closer. Well, now it's getting a little bit wider. But more than that, my dear friend, I think what's so important to note as we look at the spread over time, Columbia blue, of course, being El Sayed, and then we have that nice darker, closer to navy blue. I'm not exactly a painter, so I don't want to get the exact shade of blue wrong here. But what I think is so notable is that the two lines really have never crossed. Abdul Sayed has led throughout this entire evening, and as we get up to closer to 89, 90% of the vote, you have to ask yourself, is there enough vote out there for Haley Stevens? The answer to that question is yes. But as she's not been able to cross that threshold, I do have to wonder whether or not the math is really there for her, my friend.
Well, it's interesting, Harry. As you were speaking, she closed the gap by 3,000 votes. Because it started, when you started speaking, you were around 28,000. Now we're at about 25,000. So your little, presentation was good for her. So we'll see.
It's one of those things. We just have to wait and see all the votes to be counted. But again, what I really would like to see if I'm her, get this thing inside of 20,000 votes. Get it inside where you can get those late votes in from Detroit, and then you really might have something. But until that point, it's advantage I'll say yet. But again, there's a reason why we haven't called anything just quite yet.
I just want to say, Harry, as a Californian, it's amazing that people count overnight.
Who knew? Who knew?
This idea, that we could be getting more numbers because that doesn't happen very much out here. So we appreciate it.
Yeah. I would just end by saying this. Imagine if the election were this close out in California, we might not find out who wins until Hanukkah. That's all I would say.
Happy Hanukkah to you and to everybody that's watching. Harry Enton, thank you so much for all of that. We want to go now live to Detroit. Matthew Miller, senior reporter with MLive.com, is literally standing outside the El Sayed event. So thank you for joining us after being inside reporting. First, just take us inside that room and sort of the feeling from inside there. And is there disappointment from folks that maybe expected this thing would be over by now?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of impatience tonight. People, Dr. El Sayed began with a substantial lead in terms of the votes counted, and that lead was just kind of whittled away steadily all night long. And so he addressed his supporters at around 1 a.m., telling them, telling them it was going to have to wait until morning, most likely, and also telling them, or taking the time to congratulate them on building a kind of movement that a lot of folks would have said wasn't possible.
From the ground, in terms of talking to voters, in terms of your experience out with folks, what was sort of the issue that drove people the most? And is it some of these big national issues, or is it something more local?
I think the folks who are most keenly supportive supporting Dr. El Fayed are people who believe that American politics is broken, that it's so deformed by the vast sums of money that go into elections like this one that it doesn't, it's no longer capable of serving the needs.
Here it is, the true sliding transform. Just a bit of a break from the norm. Just a little something to break from the monotony of all that hardcore dance that has got to
we were talking about the movements and the things that he talks about. He's positioned himself on the fringe of the Democratic Party, and I think that the Republicans are going to drive that home over and over and over again. Dana disagrees.
Points to win in a swing state. It's not the French. This is Yes, so let's see what's so you can't characterize it as the fringe when it's fully packed in a purple state like Michigan. I would say to think about Michigan being a full Democrat, one full independent, and a full Republican. That's what Orange County was. It became primary and mayor. And I would just say that the biggest myth in establishment Democratic politics is that progressive. Independent voters don't care about things like Medicare for all. They don't care about money, any money out of pocket. In fact, they care more about base Democratic voters who are often wed to the establishment.
It also has that he brings out the people. I mean, a lot of people thought that Donald Trump would win, and then he brought out a bunch of people who were animated in his base and expanded his own base. I mean, from outside activate people who didn't feel impassioned by the Democratic establishment. It's very expensive to do that. Donald Trump had the money outside of that. But does he need it? He just lost it. He's a big guy against him. He's got $1 billion. He does count. Turn out voters. He got money spent against him in negative ads, but to get people to educate them and encourage them to turn out, that's very time consuming and very expensive. He'll get a solid lead. I mean, even if he is an nominee, he will inspire more to turn out than she would. But you know, it's understood because it's hard to win that way. Ultimately, you have to be competitive with the electors that exist. The majority of the voters, roughly half the voters in Michigan, are going to be whites without a college degree. That was not a good constituency for him in the primary. There are obvious cultural issues, the funding of the police. I mean, a lot of places Republicans are going to go. Having said all that, just go back to kind of the basics. Donald Trump disapproval of Michigan is 60%. No Republican won in his first term in a state where his disapproval was that high. I mean, part of the conversation, Congressman, has been over this concept of elected building and some frustration, especially from Al Sayed supporters, that the most elected person isn't always elected.
I'm 5'7". I'm 8'3". So who do you think the bottom is? Let's go find out.
I'm 5'3", the most electable, and Joe Biden being the most electable, and sometimes you end up with a candidate where there wasn't a lot of passion behind them. Is it time to rethink this concept of who is electable?
Yeah, I hate this concept because I think who is electable is who is actually getting elected. So you can talk all you want about how you think someone is electable. On your screen, he is actually, I believe, primary going to get elected. And you know what that means? That means he's elected.
This is the other part. I mean, the primary is the other part. Even the supporters, I was talking today to a person who runs the Progressive. And they said, look, this is our proof of concept. We've been arguing for years that if you let us, give us the nomination, if you set the populace in the swing state, we can win. Now we actually have to go out and do it. And you know, Johnson Red's getting like, well, now I'm going to stay right on line. And like, man, I came tomorrow in that district, you know, the college corridor in New York City. You know, as they call it, right, not my place. But look, Johnson Benson, the governor, is probably going to win substantially. So, you know, the governor candidate for the Democrats, can he stay within 7 or 8 points of her if he is the nominee? and get by. That's entirely possible.
Maybe Buster had a campaign.
And to Mike Rogers, the danger for him that he looks like, especially if he's running against El Sayed, the establishment all 100% here when people are looking for change.
Yeah, Mike Rogers cannot run as an outsider. Guys like former CIA agent and a member of Congress. He cannot run as an outsider.
Is that a tough hand to play?
It's a very tough hand to play. He has to paint El Sayed as a crook.
Yeah, he has to put welding himself to Trump in a way that it's not a true way.
What's that stat again? You were talking about another quote.
Yeah, no, look, you know, maybe this is different. Maybe, Democrat, the image of the Democratic Party was weaker than it was in 2018 and 2020 because people were disappointed at the outcomes of the Biden presidency. So maybe the old rules don't apply, but if that was, sometimes Susan Collins has been able to go against the rules. She's the one. So maybe like Rogers is able to do that. And it's that is there also a danger, Congresswoman, in alienating the Jewish vote and in alienating folks that are supportive of Israel, which obviously we know there are plenty of folks in Michigan who are not. It's clear that the APAC funding went both ways and it certainly inspired some of El Sayed's supporters, but that folks that have voted Democrat for their entire life are saying, I cannot support that. She did not really come up. I mean, she was always the most perfunctory criticism, and that was 5% favorability rating among Democrats. 80% Democratic voters in Pew had a UK vote for the Israeli government. She just would not acknowledge that, I think, well, and I think that is a lesson for Democrats going forward. They're going to have to respond to that. You're not going to respond as El Sayed, but to simply kind of stonewall and say nothing is going to change in our relationship, I think it's not a tenable. But I will say that the initial, what this means for the Democratic Party going forward, this is not the final thing. I mean, it appears for me, Francesca Hahn is nominating a socialist for governor in Wisconsin. Two of the three states that are absolutely most important to Democrats getting back to the White House in 2028, states that Trump dislodged from the blue wall. Whether they win in November, I think is going to have a big impact on whether the White goes to the 28. There's a lot of momentum, and there's significant and because if he wins, then the thought is potentially Bernie couldn't get there, but maybe AOC can, or maybe the Democratic Party or something like that, sort of push the envelope because they know that's some successes. If he doesn't win in this year, I think that